Hello, Classy. Sorry, figuring something out real quick. Let me see. So how are you today? What do you mean? The onboarding? Oh, yeah. No, just trying to figure out. I saw that it said it could take a couple of days to come on, so just waiting on that. So I'm just going to be waiting on that, and then I have everything pulled up so that way I can see both chats on these sides. That way I can see what's going on YouTube and... Mm-hmm. Did you get any sleep or no? Mm-hmm. That's nice. Hopefully. It was just, what I was using before to stream wasn't making it, basically, it wasn't powerful enough to do that before. So now we're seeing how it works on this. So. This is in front of me. The one to the side, no. And so I'm using the old one that isn't powerful enough as my other view, basically, to see what's going on over there. Because that's the thing, is the chats won't be visible, and that's a big problem, especially if the same thing happens with the raid. I want it to be where I can see what's going on and not miss out. I feel like I want to make a smaller canvas. I feel like I'm working too hard on that. Yes, I did. That's why I moved the mic over, and to be honest, I can't remember the rest of what you said right now. I did read it, I promise. I really did. I read it like 3 times. But I'm so sorry. Yes, yes. Yeah, because it might take it as spam instead of... It processes it as spam instead of as messages. Yeah, I remember. I just... You have to remind me parts of it, and then I can remember the rest. Yes. That's what I thought you were saying. Oh... There we go, 8. So let's get our ad done. Mm-hmm. Wow. Oh, okay, that's gross. That's gross. Ugh. That's nasty. I'm not that flavorless. Gals. Okay. No worries. Ooh, reward granted. Thank you. Kiki's delivery service. What's that? Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. I see. Okay. No worries. I was thinking about what Nico said yesterday about one of the designs I made about using the face on it. And when he was talking about VTuber, and I was thinking about it, and I was like, that actually would be really nice because they're very simple to make, but they're very pretty once you make them. And honestly, that would be nice. The pink dress that I showed you. I can pull it back up if you need me to. Here, let me get it real quick. This one. My gosh, if her face will just focus. No, not quite. Well, I was trying to focus on the design. The arms were really getting in the way, and I know that sounds kind of silly, but they really were. Mm-hmm. My gosh. I just want the line to come out good. Actually, I don't think she has a nose, does she? I don't think I gave... No, I gave him little noses. I gave him snubs. Okay. Okay, I was just trying to remember. I'm like, did I give her a nose? I did. It's a snub nose. Because I realized I needed a simpler design. Hello, Soul! Haven't seen you in a little while. Oh, I got you. Could have just said you didn't want to come back. You don't gotta give excuses. Hello, Puzzle. And this is on my YouTube. You can't see it on Twitch, but that's on my YouTube right now. Hello, Puzzle. Nice to see you. I'm glad because I can see that right in front of me too, so I don't have to eat. Let me see. Big lippers. My gosh. Hello, classy bathrobe. My name is Bianca. This is my channel, Inspired Expressions, and I stream all different kinds of stuff. And like art, I'll do makeup, I'll do hair, I'll just have chatting. And my favorite littlest pet shop figures. I don't know. I guess it depends on how cute they are, but my favorite like original character was like Zotrent from the original series. Oh wow, I'm sorry to hear that, Soul. My gosh. Well, it's very nice to meet you, Classy. My gosh. My goodness. Mm-hmm. I'm using Ibis Paint. That's what I like to use personally. It's an app. So I use it on a mobile device. I use a tablet for this. I usually would do my phone. Before I used to do it on my iPad, but my iPad broke a couple of years ago, so after that, I never really did it. So this is my second time now using it after years of not using an iPad. So this is new for me. My gosh. Well, don't worry about it, Classy. Don't worry about it. For whatever nothing you did. To be honest, I feel like this is going to be a lot more fun of a style to do for the emotes. Ah! I don't remember agreeing to any of this, just by the way. I feel like I've been violated in this agreement. I'm going to be trying to draw my own emotes right now, so... I mean, if they're half decent, maybe one day, but not right now, no. These are mine that I'm working on. I really need to put on transparent layer. My gosh. Yes, I am, Soul. That's why if I'll be a little bit back and forth and you're like wondering what's on the chat, I'm talking to two different ones, so just so you know. Oh, whoopsies. Yeah, it's not fun. Oh my gosh. Don't bully me. Just trying to make a living here. You know, I really would like to get that board where it has all the different buttons and everything, where you can just press it and then it links up to this or that, and it's really cool. Yes. Yes. Exactly. You got it right. That was what, there was this program my sister was on, and it was for school, and it was like, you got it right. Was the most annoying thing you've ever heard, but it really did get stuck in your head. Did I do that? Yes, I love Family Matters. I know. I think it was funny the first few times, and then when it was like his thing, it's just like, I don't want to do this anymore. You know, it's like, I just get paid to do this. But I wouldn't blame him. I mean, when that's all you might do really big with your career and it's like all you're ever known for, it's like, yeah, it's fun the first few times, and then it's like, yeah. I mean, I would kind of feel that way. I don't know. I mean, I think especially with actors, it's like, it might feel like wasted potential. You know? Yes, I did. Thank you. My gosh, I just wanted to go right there. I just wanted to be this. Walk with me. I miss Myra, though. Myra's like my favorite. She deserves so much better. She was so mistreated, I feel like, the whole show. Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh, the eye's a little freaky. A little off. Sorry, eyeball. Oh crap. Yep. Mm. Well, here's the thing. Do you mean like paper dolls as in sticker people? Is that what you mean? Oh, no, never, never. I don't know. I just can't live with myself doing that. Like, sometimes I'll do, like, the squinty eyes. Like, I'll just draw dots because I get really irritated at something I'm drawing. But otherwise, no. Like, I'd have to be really angry at my drawing for me to do that. I sit for hours. Aw, thank you, Classy. What a very interesting request. Thank you. Yes. Mm-hmm. So, I mean both. Technically, it's both. But there are girls that might already feel that way, and it's like, there wasn't a way for them to say it without it sounding weird, you know? Like, of course, you probably don't know, but like, when girls have like sleepovers and stuff, it's not necessarily something you can just say. It would have to be something that would have to be brought up in a really strange question. And that's what I mean by, like, you know, having an avenue to express it. Because sometimes you just can't say stuff in front of, you know, your girls without it being way too awkward. Like, unless y'all know each other really, really well and y'all have been friends for years, it's very rare that you'll have an opportunity to say that kind of stuff and it go well. Mm-hmm. Well, to be honest, it's complicated because, it was multiple things happening at a time. It was, you know, wanting to figure out work, but jobs here are just not safe, really. And then, you know, trying to figure out ways to, you know, put my art out there, get out on social media. You know, I've talked about this before in older streams, but, you know, Etsy isn't really an avenue of that anymore because of all the fees and, you know, extra stuff people have to go through now. So it's not really considered a good option. And on top of it, it was kind of something interesting that I really wanted to try out. It was something that I was like, I want to see how this goes. I would like to see what kind of people I meet, what kind of group it reaches. You know, maybe at the same time of, because what I like to do is have like a real conversation. I like to really have a bond over my product or over what I do in general. And so, you know, this is a really great way to get to know people, a really great way to build relationships, and at the same time get other things out there. And so it's fun. Yeah, that's true. It's very true. So, you know, it couldn't be one thing. It would be a bunch of aspects of it. Oh. Yeah. That does sound pretty crappy. I have a dog scratching on my door. Allow me to retrieve them. I hear you. I hear you. Come on. Come on. You too. Come here. Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. Stinky girl. Whoop. Well, yeah. I mean, this... I was not expecting it to go anywhere, let's be honest. But it really has become really not what I expected, but in a good way. And the same could be for you. That's not a terrible idea at all. I mean, I think that's what a lot of people also really want is relationships. I think a lot of us are lonely right now. Well, I do think if you genuinely are interested in talking to other people and, you know, having meaningful conversations, that in itself already makes you a lot more interesting and... Well, I only had Classy for a while. You know, even then, if Classy hadn't been around, I would have had nobody. So, I mean, for a while it is gonna be nobody, but like I was saying, when you genuinely are interested in talking to people and having real conversations, you're gonna start building a rapport. And you're gonna start drawing in people just because of those consistent relationships you've already built. Mm-hmm. Dig up the garden and go elsewhere. Pick up another hobby. Mm-hmm. Well, I actually completely agree with what Classy's saying here. If you're over here trying to be somebody that you are not, that already is going to get you into a bunch of trouble because you're just going to wear yourself out and get exhausted. So, realistically looking at yourself, looking at your abilities, looking at your, even in the most superficial way possible, looking at what you have to offer physically, emotionally, mentally for other people is very, very important because it's also going to be able to tell you what things you're going to attract, and also kind of, hello, Puzzle. I definitely agree with that. Okay. Well, have a good night, soul. Have a good day. Uh, I know. I didn't get that from that at all. I thought it was funny what you were saying it at all. You too. No. No. I just thought it was funny what you were saying. I did understand. I thought it was funny because it's just funny to talk about it. It's funny to me. It's humorous. Just the fact we're even having to talk about it at all is what makes it funny to me. I guess really my biggest concern on that is the line between, you know, playing with somebody's feelings and, you know, that's more my issue with it, is trying not to mess with anybody or, you know, start any emotional problems. Because I'd rather that person leave and not come back and be upset for a little bit than invest in a whole relationship or, you know, thinking there's a possibility of something. Yeah. I don't know. I would just feel bad, especially if that person was like paying or like doing the whole subscription thing or anything like that. I'd feel really terrible doing that to them. Because, I mean, they'd probably genuinely think there was a chance of something, and I would hate to do that. You know, even though it benefits me, it's like, it's not nice. And overall, it ain't worth that much. The only person I'll extort like that will be my husband. Because I'll actually mean it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I don't know. I'm not really interested in that stuff. Maybe groceries. Groceries is pretty practical, right? I don't really like... You know what's weird? I don't really like diamonds. I don't know. They're just not very pretty. Yes, they're pretty, but they're not pretty to me. Yeah. I mean, they are beautiful and shiny, and that's nice, but there are very pretty other stones and variations and designs. Like, I've seen these, like, floral rings that are, like, mixes of, you know, light green stones with pink stones, like rose quartz and all that. And they'll have little pearls in them. And they're so pretty. Just the whole combination about them is just gorgeous. And I'm just like, that's something that I imagine paying that much money for. Not really a diamond ring. But I understand the whole thing about diamonds being super durable and long lasting. It's just, you know, not my thing otherwise. Yeah. I know what you mean. I mean, it's okay if it does feel weird, because, you know, nobody should necessarily feel okay just asking for things. Necessarily. I'm not saying that you shouldn't feel comfortable asking your spouse. But, you know, it's it's okay to be kind of on the more humble side either way about it. You know, you're still asking for something, you're still. Oh! Okay then. Good to know, good to know. I'll say please. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well. Mm-hmm. I understand though. Everybody's having a hard time with money, or they're having no hard time with money and, you know, they're spending it elsewhere. You know. You know what channels I'm talking about. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. People are so weird. Just like no need to lie either. Like if you're actually a good person, it's not even gonna matter that much. Like don't get me wrong, it's gonna matter, but like why even lie in the first place? Yeah. Yeah, but she wanted to be obsessed over with money. There's different kinds of obsessive. There's ones where the money doesn't matter, you know, kind of like a good example of that, I would say, is like, you know, even for example, Adam's family, Morticia and Gomez. Their whole relationship isn't based on money or, you know, anything like that. It's just each other. That's a more healthy version of obsessed. And obsessed over. Exactly. If you can still be obsessed with each other even in poverty, then it's like it's not a big deal at all. Then you're like, oh, okay, we're good. That's a good... Like, of course, in wealth, you share it together and then... Why? Ah. I kind of know what you mean. Well, I mean, is he like antisocial and like, you know, doesn't know how to be around family? I see. People are fun, aren't they? Oh my gosh. We got plenty of those here. Bridges galore. I have a fun idea for a thing. Oh, I see. Hmm. No, not really. Just slept. I washed my hair and tried to roll it before something tonight, and then so it's been uneventful. I'm tired. You know, I really like doing all of this, and it's nice, especially for, in a sense, being work, but it is still work in the sense it exhausts you. Even though it's fun and interactive, it's still yeah, almost every day, yeah. I can't not go without my hair being washed. It's yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's just nice to do in general. It's nice to kind of just talk. My sister don't want to talk to me, so I'm all alone. She being a moody Judy, so. Sorry, I'm just like doing a reference, so just hold on. You know what? There are references on here, and I really love that. They're really fun on here. I'll show you. Tracing sketches. So you have hair. Let me look up hands. That'll probably help. Okay. Maybe I have to do hand. Okay, there we go. Oh, I like that one. I like that one. So let me just... Let me change the angle a little bit. Okay, I think we got a hand. My gosh. Ooh. My back. Aw, crap. Crap. I'm gonna have to color in all of that with skin color. And I don't want to. I'm lazy. No, why does it blend in? Don't blend in. Eeh. 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 No. I'm gonna have to do it over layer. I hate that, but okay. Hello, Nico. I don't think so. I don't think so. Let's not start making stuff up now. How are you today, Nico? My gosh. My gosh. I'm so confused. Mm. Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm tired. Good tired, but tired. A disaster. What kind of disaster, if I may ask? Oh. Oh my gosh. Ooh. No, that's terrible though. Oh my gosh. I like zippers. I like zippers a lot, actually, except for when they get caught and stuff. But otherwise, I really like them. So. Well, of course not. I don't think anyone likes that. I see. That's kind of funny. Gonna be honest, I've never really met a nice person named Karen. So I don't even have something to dismiss with that. Mm-hmm. That makes sense. Mm. Do you even live in the US? Cuz in Texas it's more like same thing. When you're 18 you're an adult, so you can do whatever you want. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Is there a leopard? Let me try images then. Ooh, nice, nice. Nice, nice. Let me select. We're gonna take the easy way out. I just looked it up. I just looked it up. The heck? There we go. Mm-hmm. I think that one makes more sense. Okay, so. Oh, really? Here, hold on, let me see. So, where I am at least, you know, chalupas are like tostadas, where you have the flat tortilla, or you have it fried and folded, and then you have, like, that. It's like a taco, or, you know, you can have refried beans on it with taco meat and cabbage, or, you know, lettuce and tomato, avocado, like a bunch of stuff on it. Yeah, they're pretty good. I make them sometimes. Yes. Kind of what? What did I say kind of to? Oh my gosh. Yes. You know what? I actually, that's not a horrible idea though, because they are really easy to make. So, they are fun to make. But I just haven't in a while because I've been busy. To be honest, before I had my gallbladder out, pizza didn't really bother me that much. I mean, it did bother me a lot, but I just didn't care. But after I had my gallbladder out, pizza was like one of the first things that, like I have mentioned before, things just started looking disgusting, and pizza is one of them. I might be able to eat the crust and like actually enjoy that, but otherwise, no. Like, I'm like, ugh, no, I don't like pizza. I don't know, it just really made me sick. No, I eat the pizza. I don't waste food. If I had a choice, I would just eat the crust. If I had a choice in my mind. What? How do you say that? Bocadillo? I have never heard of that. We don't really have Colombian food here either, so like I think we'll have Peruvian. We definitely have a lot of Tex-Mex, Mexican food. We have Puerto Rican. We have pretty much everywhere but Colombia. And a few other crazy places, but well, who knows? Maybe you could open a Colombian restaurant and be the first one over here. See how that goes. I don't know if I've had Filipino food before, maybe. Well, let me look. Ooh, I don't like heavy food like that. I can't eat too much. I mean, but that's not really everyone here in Texas. Everyone here in Texas usually likes bigger portions. Ah, well, you know, if your mom's interested in the life here, she's interested in the money. The cha-ching. The bling bling. Oh, well, I don't mind the rice. Mm-hmm. You do that. You do that. What does that mean? I'm confused. Did I say something that I forgot? Mm-hmm. Okay, just making sure. Mm-hmm. Well, I just believe you. I don't know. I mean, you're either gonna tell me or you're not, and it doesn't. I mean, I don't know. Does it matter that much? I don't know. I like straightforward. Just tell me what you ate and then I'll forget about it later anyways, so. I care, but I still forget. What? How do you say that? Arepa? Like, you'll have to describe what it is. Does it love? Well, I don't mind the long stories. I'm just like... It's like, if it's something that I ask, like, how's your day? Like, I want to hear how your day was. Like, if you're just gonna... Like, what you were saying about the chicken thing. It's not a long story, but it's not the point. It's not the truth either. Wait a minute. I might know that. Hold on. Let me look it up. Let me look it up, too, to see the picture. Oh! I think I've had something like this. I think I've had these before. I don't know where I would have had them. But I've had something similar to that, but maybe it's a different version. But I've had something like that before. But it's called something else. It must be a Mexican alternative or something, because we have something like that here, but it's called something else. Oh no, I've had them small like that. But they're all different sizes. I mean, it's not just the small ones. It's... Okay. I'm not going anywhere. Why? Well, I already read it, so. Um, yeah, no, we have something like that. It's just a little bit different. Like, I think it's just what we put it with, because I think we put it more with avocado, um, lettuce, a few other things, but I really. Or actually, yeah, a lot with ground beef or. Mostly ground beef, yeah. That'll be what we'll have it with. But again, that's at Mexican restaurants, and it's a little bit different from exactly that. Mm-hmm. No, I've seen other people get it before. I've never had it myself personally, but I've seen others get it. I couldn't tell you who, though, and I couldn't really tell you when either. But I've seen them, definitely. You know what? Let me put some sparkles. I think that'll go with it. Mmm. Gotcha. Well, I mean, there must be a way to make it with lactose-free milk. Because that's what I do with anything that I want to have that normally I couldn't. Just add lactose-free milk and then make it. Well, for example, the lactose-free milk, it actually tastes, I would say, better than normal milk, because once you start having it for a longer period of time or anything like that, anything lactose-free, eventually your body's going to start recognizing it and start recognizing how much better it makes you feel. And I think it partially, like, adjusts how it tastes to you, so it's like the older stuff that's not lactose-free doesn't taste as good anymore. And so that's kind of what we use to cook and bake and things like that. And it definitely, I feel like, has improved a lot of the taste, and, you know, a lot of what bothers our stomach really doesn't anymore. Yes, exactly like that. Oh, really? What brand do you get, if I can ask? If you know what it is. You mean the miserable stomach pain? That feeling? Well, I definitely feel like each brand is different. Um. Well, I had a ton of milk during childhood that was, like, really not good for me. Um, like I mentioned, there was a brand that was in school with me. I think it was something with a B, Borden. That's what it was. Like that Borden milk. I've had it years later, and it used to be really nostalgic for me. But I guess after the lactose-free milk and everything, it just doesn't taste quite as good. Mm. and yet at the same time you're also 5'6". Not to say that to be mean, I'm just saying it's kind of ironic how that works. Mhm. I don't think I was either when I was younger, but ugh, I think it really, really depends. Because I don't really like food in general. But like I said, a Texas Roadhouse, you have to go to one. If you ever come to Texas, go to a Texas Roadhouse. Get the green beans, get the salad with the egg on it and everything, and then the steak and the shrimp. It all kills me. But it's one of the few meals that I, like, genuinely love and enjoy, and it's, like, worth all of the agony. I don't know, it's just scrumptious. It's scrumptious. But actually there when I was little, I could go there and they would have dancing. They would have dancing there where all the waitresses would get up and dance. And so I would go up there and dance with them. And it was so funny because they didn't invite anyone to dance with them either. I just went up there. They don't do that anymore because I guess, I don't know. Maybe they only do it at night now, but they used to do it all the time, like every hour. Or every few hours. Yeah. Well, I'm telling y'all though, if y'all come to Texas and get Texas Roadhouse, just green beans, steak, shrimp, all that. But yeah, it's pretty scrumptious there. I don't know. Ooh. Usually I share with my sister. So, you can get it to go. If you get it to go, and maybe you don't get a drink because maybe you have a drink on hand that you can get somewhere cheaper, like at a gas station or something. Like if you get a slushie from a gas station, let's say you pay $1 for that, and it's a big old slushie, then you have your food. That would be like $20 for the food, usually. Around $20, I think, for the food. But then you can ask for an extra box of rolls and butter for free. So that comes along with that. And those rolls are wonderful. Oh. Well, if you do it to go, you don't have to tip. That's what I was going to say. If you do it to go, you don't need to tip. But if you go in there and sit in there, I think it's like 20% tip of however much you pay. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know where Pagoda is. If it's outside of Texas, it's not there. Actually, they kind of don't, technically. And it's also considered more polite. You can choose not to really tip if your waiter or waitress is not very good service, but if that person really has given you a lot of personal attention and accommodated a lot of your needs, like for example, if you have a lot of substitutions or you're like, I don't want this, I don't want that, and you make their job basically harder for them, then that's why it's considered more polite to tip. What does that mean? Oh, I didn't read what you first said. It's not super... I mean, it used to be considered a lot nicer, but I feel like everyone now is so much more particular about dumb things, too. I think it's nice. And I think it's fun to go there. It's not necessarily like a super nice restaurant or anything, but it is nice. But, Oh, wow. That's terrible. That's good to know, though, ahead of time. I mean, that's the thing. It's just not fair when, obviously you didn't like something or that person wasn't very polite or very nice to you, and you're still required to basically, it's like commend them. That's what I think a tip is. It's like a commend. It's like commending how they treated you and what they did. Oh, wow. I agree. Well, don't get me wrong. I do understand when they get forceful or like upset like that, especially if it's like tourists from like the US, because obviously the money difference and everything like that. And it's like, you're here with more money than us and that your money translates to more value, so there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to offer basically your pocket change to pay for what we need. But still, it's like there's a difference between that and actual quality and how you're treated and, everything like that. That's how I feel. I really love sitting in restaurants just for the atmosphere and listening to people talk, but to be completely honest, I don't like I don't like dealing with the people. Mhm. Yeah, I know what you mean. It can be like that. I'm sorry that you seem to be confused. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. Um, I don't know. I don't really like going to fancy restaurants. That's not really my thing. Um, I like little restaurants with like really nice atmospheres or like kind of like a cozy, homey kind of feel. I don't like big fancy restaurants. That's just not my style. What do you mean, what are the rules? You're gonna have to explain that. Well, I go to places that are small and I dress up anyways, just because I want to dress up, but I don't want to go to somewhere fancy. I don't know. Aww, that's cute. That's interesting. Okay, I'm not that particular. I'm not that particular. Well, I think that's partially what's with the US and with like you were talking about Mexico. It's such a gone through, how do you say it? How do you describe it? It's such a run through place. There isn't really able to be loyalty because no one really sticks around like that. Especially people who are from the US and things like that. So it's kind of like invading their space, then leaving that space, so you're not even offering loyalty, you're just there. Kind of like being a burden, technically. You know, especially if you don't learn the language or even the basics to get by, then it's like, you're really making me work extra to figure out everything, and then you don't offer me enough money. And then, like, as if you don't have that money when you do, and on top of. Well, you know what, though? Here where I am in Texas, especially in my area, people do value loyalty a lot more. Yes, you do have people who are nasty to you and still expect a tip. But we definitely do have a lot more people that when they have their little restaurants and everything like that, they'll definitely be much more appreciative and much better service quality and how they treat you. I think both. I think technically both classy. I think they both kind of go hand in hand somehow. Well, I know here our warmth is very, very reserved. Where I think it's such a dog eat dog, it's like everyone's always trying to dominate the other person, that we don't even really get down to loyalty or anything like that because it's such a fast-paced way of living we have. Or in the smaller towns there is more loyalty and much warmer and kinder people, but that's small towns, not the city or more mainstream areas. I'm sure it's probably also the same thing in Mexico and things like that. They probably do have a lot more smaller areas that are much more appreciative and a lot more polite and genuinely kind people, but it's like, obviously that's out of the way. Obviously that would have to be more of a understanding the locals, and that would take time. That's an investment on its own. Aww. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Well, actually, one of these little restaurants we go to, there's this really wonderful waitress there. She's just super sweet. And I got to know her a little bit, and we'll share art back and forth and ideas together, and she was the one who would support me at my stand and stuff. And she was just always giving me ideas and offering to help me with things. And she was really wonderful. And there was, at the restaurant, the manager there. He's a younger gentleman, but, we'll go through the drive-thru occasionally, and he'll know us, because, you know, we go there a lot. And so we'll go there, and he'll be like, oh, I know, you like the cookies, so I have this whole box of cookies you can have for free. And it's like, they usually sell them. But they're very sweet. You offended by that? No, you just say things sometimes where you're like, I want. Or I would like. I think that's what they mean. Not that you've ever said that. Oh, this is funny. Okay. I think we have one emote for that. Oh my gosh. Eesh. Eesh. Ugh. I don't know why you're so not sensitive, but sensitive. It's all just compliments. It's just Well, I don't know. I'm enjoying it. Oh. Well. You don't think that was a little mean? What if you had given her a chance and she was rich? She could have been everything you hoped for. Okay, Nico. You heard him, Classy. He wants his besitos. You gotta give him what he wants, Classy. Maybe he'll pay you. You should ask. Ah, I see. The only reason I say it was appropriate was only because it was, it seemed like it was directed humorly towards you. It wasn't humorously, not to offend you. I think it was just to be silly with you and razz you a little bit. I can understand the other times you mean, and I understand that, but... Well, I think the only thing I feel kind of bad about is I can't necessarily be a little bit more playful without it being wrong. I understand. I'm kind of surprised I was in a playful mood. I was not feeling good, but now I'm feeling a little bit better. So I don't know. It's just that kind of day for some of us, and some of them not. My gosh. I really need to be making more emotes, but I just don't have it in me. Oh. I feel like you're gonna say that about me one day. You're gonna be like, she's dead to me. That Bianca. That. I don't know what you're gonna call me, because you called him Goth Girl and... Oh my gosh. Wow. Well, I was thinking about that, and I know that sounds like kind of weird, but I was like, what situations would I be not streaming or, getting off of that and like cutting everything off entirely? And I was trying to think about it, and I was like, what situations would it be? And I was like, well, I said if, I guess it would depend on what would happen later in time, but, obviously if something happens health-wise, that would obviously, be one reason, but, like, that shouldn't really stop me. Then I was like, well, if, later on in time, maybe I get married or something like that, I might not stream as much or at all stream. Maybe I'll be more social media oriented. I don't know. I guess it would just depend on where everything is at that point in time. But I don't know. Because I was trying to think about it because I'd like to be prepared and I would like to get that out of the way before. Oh. Wow. Hold on though. If you had a wife and she fulfilled all your needs and all your wants and, you were busy in your life with her, would you, and, all she asked was you didn't stream or something, would you listen to her? And let's say that she's gorgeous too. Wow. Should do? You're saying I should do this? I should be a streamer? Oh, well, of course not. Oh, no, I know. But anyways, to be quite honest, if marriage were in the picture, it would be like a year or years from now. It would be far into the future. It wouldn't be anytime soon anyways, so it's not like It's not like that girl where she was dating that you were talking about, where she was dating that guy and hiding it. I'm not doing that. It would be much further in time. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hello, Green. How are you today? You know, it would be kind of funny though, Classy, if like, well, well, if, you know, what you're saying, you know, I understand, but I also am like I've said, I'm a very compromising, I'm also, like, I'll put that person above everything else. That's my way of how I would do it. But also, just as a joke, just as a side joke, but like, I just imagined if you did have like a wife like that and she was like, I don't want you showing your feet to anyone else. I don't know why, I just imagined that. And I'm good. Just tired, but good. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Yes. Go ahead, go ahead. Well, compromise is very select for me. I don't believe in compromising, you know, my values or, you know, if I stand by something for a reason, I'm going to continue to stand by it. But also, let's say, for example, this was a way I made money and it was my job. Well, that's a little bit different. There is balance because there's compromise on both sides. It's not like I would be asking for nothing in return. Like I've said before, I am a very, very. I have very strict boundaries as well that would need to be compromised on, most likely. Because I myself am a little bit more above average on certain things that other people wouldn't be so picky about. And I understand that. I probably wouldn't stop doing it altogether. It might be maybe the amount of time. It might be more like, you know, maybe I don't show my face anymore. Maybe it would be things like that. That's something I can imagine happening. So, more like safety matters, not so much doing it at all. Maybe it's more about safety. Maybe it's more about the time I spend, which I will say myself, I am a very I want more time kind of person. I'm like, I want more time, and I'm willing to. Exactly, Nico. That's exactly. And that's very true. That's when you have to have, that's where the boundaries come in. That's where the limits come in. And, you know, I agree with what Nico's saying, you know, if it's in a situation where one other person is not showing any other change or, any effort to also make the same compromises in ways that matter to you, then I completely agree it's completely unreasonable and not even worth, the effort. But if that person has already compromised a lot for you, or has put aside their time, or maybe things they used to do to have fun, or maybe things with their work, then it should be reasonable that they should be able to ask the same of you. And I understand that. That's why you would be really particular in the first place about who you pick. And that's why you have to ask those kinds of questions before to root that out, to understand that person. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm trying to say, Classy. That was a great way to put it. That's a great way to do it. That's exactly. It's all about hearing each other out and communication. And it's not about communicating so that way you tell the other person what to do. It's communicating so you set boundaries that both of you can feel comfortable with. So that way no one misses out, but also, no one's forgotten, no one's left out. And that's very true, Nico. It's very true. But also, seeing them in situations where they also have to make compromises, how do they handle it? Is their first reaction to get upset and, start trying to be controlling? That's actually really nice, though. Well, I heard something that talked about, a strong relationship or, a marriage is it's built with two very forgiving people. And that's because there's going to be multiple times, multiple phases where you're changing and you're learning different sides of each other. You're learning so much that you constantly have to forgive or realize this isn't at me. This is a person. This is a human being with their own life, their own past, their own circumstances, the same as me. Because they might be feeling the exact same way about you, and you're not trying to do anything wrong or hurt that person. But it's learning a person. It's learning their life. The same way that you're wanting them to learn about yours. And that's the thing, that's where most relationships will fail, because they think the pain and disappointment means it's not going to work out. That's not necessarily true. Sometimes it is, and sometimes it's not. Sometimes, yes, there is a point where it's like, okay, this is stuff I can't live with the rest of my life. Or there's also, this needs to be fixed. This needs to be brought up. If it can be resolved, then why not continue to make it work? Because that's all it is there is no perfect marriage. There is no marriage where two people are absolutely soulmates and absolutely get along no matter what, unless they never communicate their real feelings. And that's the thing, is it's very hard in this world that we live in. Exactly. I don't know about that. Well, that's the thing. No. Hi, Snarky. Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh. My gosh. Mm-hmm. I could put on the... I don't know which hat I'd put on, but I'm sure we can figure one out. No, but exactly. Classy. Um, I think that's also why it's so important, people with siblings, because, I feel like they're already going to be more successful in relationships because they've already been exposed to living with someone through the highs and the lows and the moods and the puberty and all of that. And so it's like, oh my gosh. I didn't look down. I'm sorry, but I think we've all thought about murdering people. Snarky. You included. Oh my gosh. Nico, I don't know. Oh my gosh. Yes, green, exactly. I'm afraid that's up to your wife. Something that needs to be communicated. I know, I know. I was like, this wife went from a. um, hmm. Well, I guess it depends on what your viewpoint of extreme is, or, you know, I don't know. What's extreme? That would have to be, you'd have to explain that. Because what's extreme to other people might not be a big deal to me. I would not consent to shark hunting. Thank you, Greet. um, it would depend why. Let's say living in tunnels was a real example. It would depend on why, and it would depend on if we were taking action to resolve it. Let's say living in tunnels and under a bridge. If that was our situation, and maybe we had no money, we were in a situation where we weren't able to find somewhere to stay, and we were already working to make the money to find somewhere else to live, I am absolutely fine consenting to that. Yeah, no. Just because I like Phantom does not mean I'm like Christine. That doesn't mean I agree with Christine. Is it a nice bridge? I guess that also depends on what makes a nice bridge. As long as it's not out of like laziness or, maybe the person, like, for example, most people that live under bridges or something, like, let's say they're drug addicts or maybe struggle with things like that, obviously that's not a good situation. Obviously I don't tolerate that. If it's an unwillingness to change the situation, then I'm not okay with that. If it's because there is no other choice, I can be okay with that. I said drug. And then I said, you know what I said. You know what I meant to say. I'm so sorry. I kind of ran it together. Why are you really asking that? Because that sounds like that goes back to earlier about I'll make sure you get divorced. That's what we were talking about earlier. That's exactly what I said, snarky. I was like, it depends on. That's what I said, snarky. Exactly. That's what I said. Like, for example, what if I was like, I don't want you on social media. I don't want you having access to it. Because I kind of do feel that way. I'd be like, I don't want you having social media. I don't want you having access to anything like that. Or anything that might come into contact with other females. And they were like, okay, then I don't want you doing the same thing, and that includes your stream. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm really picky like that. Yeah, I'm aware. That's the thing. I don't want you to assume that just because I would be the female in this situation doesn't mean that I also would not have extreme standards. Well, I mean, it's more of a preference. I personally don't really like social media, not because I don't trust myself on it, but just because it can be really negative, it can affect your mood, and there's so much you get exposed to, or people that will reach out, not even that you can control, and it just happens, and just not having the situation at all would make me feel more comfortable, not out of distrust, or that anything will happen, but just because it would make me feel safer. Hmm. I know. I know. But, hmm. Sorry, I'm reading it. I'm thinking. Well, okay, hold on. Hold on. If I'm there and I'm like right there and I can see everything that's happening, I totally don't mind at all. Um, but preferably not close interactions, not really, like, not ongoing. If it's like small talk and like the weather's nice and it's with me there and including me in the conversation, I'm totally fine with that. But, um, you know, if it's all in my presence, that's absolutely fine. If it's only when I'm away or something like that, that I would be concerned about. I would be like, sorry. When I said I know, I was talking to somebody else outside the door. Um, depends on why. Depends on why and depends on what for. Because if it's all where I'm completely aware of it and it's like communicating, hey, this person was talking to me about this and I had to call them for this, can I make the call in front of you? Or at least when you're in the room so you can hear what's being said. I'm fine with that. But if it's when I'm not present or it's, maybe when I'm asleep, if it's things like that, that would be pretty concerning to me. I'd be like, okay. Well, also, let's say it was me instead. Let's say that I had some guys' numbers on my phone and I never talked to them in front of my husband, or I only talked to them when I was alone or when he was asleep, and that was the only time I ever communicated with them and I would give them attention, and maybe I didn't tell my husband I ever talked to them. And then he found out later, and, I feel like that in some way could be very just, even if nothing happened, it is creating distrust. I feel like it breeds distrust. Because why can't you be upfront about it? Why can't you? Exactly. It's not even that you're doing anything wrong. It's just uncomfortable. Exactly. So I would expect the same of my husband. That's what I mean. That's what I'm trying to draw the line. That's what I'm trying to say, though, Green, is like the same thing I would expect of myself, I'm also expecting of the other person. But, if you're completely upfront about it and, it's in front of me in any way possible, or just clearly communicated what was said, that's completely fine. Then I don't have to worry about it. Then I'm like, okay, you told me what happened. I don't have to wonder. And let's say back to the airplane, what you were talking about, the girl on 90 Day, not letting him sit in an airplane seat next to a woman. If, there was the possibility I could switch seats, I'd prefer that. But I mean, if my husband's like holding my hand the whole time and talking to me the whole time and, just hanging out with me and falls asleep on my shoulder, that's fine. That's completely fine. Then I have no reason to be any bit concerned at all. It's not like he'd be interested in her. He's giving his focus to me. But if he's all looking over, being flirty or talking to her more than me, that would bother me. The same way if I was sitting next to a man and I was basically flirting with him in front of my husband instead of giving my husband attention, and maybe leaned over towards his side, because that's usually what happens in a conversation. You usually lean towards the person you're talking to. Oh my gosh. Oh, I see. Then that is extreme. That is extreme. To me, that's extreme. Yeah, no, that's very different, because clearly that person made a choice to sit there, not your mom. No, no, but I've definitely seen a lot of things that have bothered me, and it just really clears up how I feel about it, or what I look for, or what I'd want, you know? Exactly, Green, exactly. Ah, that's the thing with that, Classy, is it's very complicated because every person is different. And also there's like a fine line between extreme and compromise. And, you know, if you feel like, especially that they're more unhappy for their situation, if they're more unhappy for the concessions they've made, then that is too far, because it's not building the relationship, it's not making it stronger, it's weakening it, it's attacking it. And so, like what Green was saying, it's exhausting. It's straining to it, it's not refreshing to it. That's what boundaries should be, is refreshing to the other person. It should be relaxing. It should make it so that way the other person can breathe and be like, okay, I'm being respected, you know? Yes, because we all have trauma and trust issues in our own ways from different things. And if we can resolve that, because there was something I saw, it was talking about how you marry your unfinished business, and how it's like that person will bring out all of the trauma in you. That person will bring out all of the horrible things that have ever been done to you, every negative memory and feeling, and you either have to resolve it, or it's going to continue to be there and basically attack what relationship you have. And so you either have a chance to resolve it, or you have a chance to lose what you have. You know, maybe for you, yeah, exactly. But, you know, you're talking about your situation with your parents. You know, the way you've seen that happen, maybe for you, boundaries might be a very different thing compared to what whoever you might be with in the future feels like is a boundary. Mm-hmm. Exactly, like Nico's situation. That's a great example of how one person might handle things. another person, their parents might have, let's say they gave up and left each other even when there was a chance of fixing things, so they might be overly attached to fixing things. So it's just like you're dealing with two different extremes or two different sides of it. Mm-hmm. It could very well be. Well, that's the thing. It sounds like, from what you're saying, Nico, it sounds like you do crave a strong bond, but it sounds like you understand just how someone can get so wrapped up in something that they lose themselves in the process. And like you were saying, it's better to just let go and grow and come back to it later and have a strong, refreshed relationship versus fighting it out and trying to force it instead of molding to it. And so you can understand, Yeah, exactly. No, classy. No, no. That sounds like when they talk about in, I think it was medieval times, when they would talk about spouses being allowed to physically fight each other to resolve a fight. That's a very interesting way to see it, Green. I like how you described that. It being more about safety than about loyalty. And I think that's a really great way to put it is, there is that boundary. Is it distrust? Or is it distrust of the other person, the third party, like you're mentioning? Well, and you say you guess you don't mind. You know, if you don't feel comfortable with it, that is okay. I mean, it's not unreasonable because you were attracted to that person because of, how they made you feel. And so you're like, I don't want someone else feeling the way I felt about them. It's something very precious to you that is very personal. And so, it is okay to be like, I'm not really comfortable with that. Because you understand just how quickly feelings, especially for that person, might rise. And the thought of combating that with another person is it can be very painful. I like how you said that, Classy. It's very, very true. Anyone is susceptible. And I like what you said about taking pains to make you feel like there isn't an issue. Because that really does go both ways. If both of you really are, like what Nico was saying, if both of you are really working on being reciprocal and, being equal to what you give, then it's like it's strengthening. It's like we're both trying really hard to make the other person feel comfortable. We're both trying really hard to make the other person feel safe. And then it's not really pain anymore. Then it's not pain because it, like I said, it ends up being refreshing. No, I didn't. Well, that's a little bit different when it's your girlfriend. When it's just your girls, it's like when guys do it with their guy friends. It's like, it's not going anywhere. But I do understand the strangers thing. I do understand that. Because, people are just crazy nowadays. People take one thing and they run with it to a whole other place. Okay. Well, of course, it can go too far. If it starts being weird or like, okay, I'm not comfortable with that. That's, that's totally fine to be like, make a boundary about that. But if it genuinely is like, what's a really, it's like what Nico was with you earlier, Classy. It wasn't really pushing a boundary. It was just goofy. And it was more silly than it was actually trying to or being too much, Well, you know what? Then that's something that I understand. And that kind of reinforces my point that one person's boundary is different from another person's. What? Well, and I think that's kind of, you can see Nico obviously wants to be communicated with and wants to be told up front things. I see. But you see, you have other boundaries and you're obviously bothered by something, and Nico wants to be communicated with. And you can see how quickly that can go awry, but also how quickly it was resolved. Because you just said it. You were just like, I don't like that. He's like, okay. And the thing is, let's say you had waited a year to have said that. You were pushed past your limit. They were not pushed past theirs, but maybe they felt something was off. And it's like, how much damage would that have done later on, I mean, I'm okay with doing that as long as maybe we take breaks or I'm able to go places I want to go to. I think I'd be okay with that as long as we can go other places that I'd like to go. Exactly. Hello, Puzzle-Headed. Thank you for the raid. These examples y'all come up with are kind of funny. Good. Just quiet right now, because the drawing, we're done with drawing for now. So we're just hanging out. Mmm. I see. I kind of understand, because I think I have a tendency of doing the same thing. Because I'm also not very confrontational. I'm kind of like, I'll let things go until I'm like, I can't stand it anymore. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Puzzle-Headed. Well, to be totally honest, Green, I don't shut up about things either. I have a lot of things that I don't stop talking about. So, hold on. Well, it's okay to be with someone who isn't well liked or popular, you know? Because it should be that you want to be with the person you're with, not about how popular they are. But also, I think not. Just, well, it depends. Again, intentional or unintentional. Is this a thought out psychopath, sociopath? Or is this, someone who, like, accidentally drove their car off a certain way and killed somebody, I agree, Classy, I agree. Like, what if they're the most amazing person in the world, but nobody likes them? Or they're, like, the most amazing person in the world to you, and you have the most chemistry and the most you get along, and you give it up just because other people don't like them. That just seems really silly to me. Like, I don't know, that seems like a waste to me. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Well, it's just a friendship in a way too. It shouldn't be about how many friends you have. It shouldn't be about if that friend is really popular. It should be about how well y'all get along, how much fun y'all have together, you know, how many fights y'all get through and are better friends for. It's the bat thing. What bat thing? Oh, okay. No, I completely agree. I completely agree. Ugh. Well, that's the thing. I think, along with what Classy just said, it depends on the kind of person you are. If you've been exposed to people in a way that you've never been rejected, or never been an outcast, or put aside and picked over, you'll never appreciate someone who just cares about you and what you think, not about what other people think. But if you've been in a situation where you have been, you know, put aside like that, it won't really matter to you anyways because you understand how superficial it is and how quickly it can all just go away anyways. Even if you do everything right, people won't like you. I mean, even kind of back to what you said about artists making their greatest art in opposition to what was basically the standard. It's like, I don't know where I was going with that, but I was going somewhere. Well, yeah, people love it now, but they obviously probably, when they heard the idea, they were like, oh no, that's going to be terrible. But then later in time, they were like, oh, it's such a beautiful thing, now it's appreciated. So it's like, people are so, exactly, you can't control them. What's a depressing thought? Green. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Well, and that's the thing. The people that truly, you even think about like this art and even like actors and actresses, like for example, like Marilyn Monroe and people like that, who were not very significant when they were alive. You never hear really about the people who were actually close to them and actually appreciated them ever really, like, being all over them now that they're gone. You know, now that it's popular, they don't go out promoting it more. They kind of become more reserved about it because they truly appreciated it, you know? Hello, Insensato. Well, I mean, still, a lot of people, after he was gone, it was like, how do I say it? Do you see how a lot of, like, actresses now, or, like, really famous people, let's use the example of Marilyn Monroe again. They will redo iconic things she did over and over and over. All of these different actresses and celebrities. And it's not necessarily because they actually admired her or appreciated anything she did. It's just because, like what Classy said, it's novelty. It's... Aww. That's so sad. Mm-hmm. Well, it's really to compensate for what they don't have. You know, when you're using constantly other people's lives or, you know, things they've done because you can't come up with your own, it's like... Mm-hmm. Exactly. Exactly. And that's the thing. Most of these people didn't get where they were by being like other people. They literally did the exact opposite, and that's what got them where they were. Mm-hmm. 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 Exactly. My gosh. My goodness. Yes. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I do have a question though. Do you think your family would be interested in her? Oh, I know. I know. I'm just genuinely asking, you know. Because sometimes it can be like, it's kind of like grandparents with their grandkids. They might not be very nice to their own children, but when they have the grandkids, it's like they'll become the parents they should have been, or better, or like they could have been. Mm. I do understand what you mean. It's not weird to admit. It's understandable. I like that green. Well, does she get along with. You have a sister, right? Or sisters? I thought it was a sister. You know, I mean, if your mom might have. Well, depending on how you're. Yeah, I understand. But, you know, if your mom had a relationship with that sister, I mean, it kind of also goes back to what you were saying about the relationship with her husband. You know, maybe she feels like she can't get along with you because it's a feeling of getting along with him again or trying to, and it's just not worth it. Maybe you might say or do things even unintentionally, or maybe even the way you just mannerize or something might make her feel that way. You know, it's difficult to know. She might not even be aware of it. I'm not here to argue. I'm not here to argue about it. I trust you. I just. I know it's complicated. I know. I understand. I guess what my point I was trying to get to was, you know, if she has a good relationship with your sister, it is possible she could be interested in a relationship with, you know, someone you were with. She might be like, "Oh, it's a girl." Not even because of you, but just because she likes her or because she's interested in her. It would depend, of course, but I don't know. You know, it's complicated. It's different for everybody. Well, I mean, your sister or your mom, like maybe because your mom gets along with your sister, they might feel more inclined towards the girl, even if they don't get along with you. I know. I know. I agree. I understand. I'm not saying you should. I'm saying as in, do you expect it to happen? Do you find it to be a possibility if it did? You know, that's really my questions. It's all hypothetical. It's not, you should feel this way. It's not, you should do this. It's genuinely asking. Got it. Nah. I don't think so. To be honest, I think all of the people that might really care about me are much older. Oh, no, I'm not interested in that. I'm all simple as possible. I don't like spending money. I like budgeting. I like sorting things and organizing, and I don't want the thought of all that. Yes. That will be very chaotic. Yes, you. If you know the song Get Into My Car by Billy Ocean, when he's like, hey, you, get into my car, and then you hear the girl's voice in the back and she's like, who, me? And you're like, yes, you. That's what I thought of when he was like, who, me? I remember, I think it was when I was having my gallbladder surgery, and so they put me under. And I don't know what song was playing, but it was an older song. Oh my gosh. I only know a few songs by him. But, What was I saying? I totally lost my thought. Oh, yes, that's what I was saying. Sorry. Thank you, Classy. I think it was a Billy Ocean song might have come on or was finishing or something, and I was like singing it to them because we were talking about it. Well, I think that's the thing. I think in the US, I think it's either one of two ways. You've got the literal bridezillas, because guys aren't really that way here, but girls can really get very materialistic about it. I think that's the difference. Is it materialistic or is it celebration, culture, and, you know, genuinely celebrating it through other parts of it? I think that's the only difference. Which, but I think I was like singing that to the surgeon because they were talking to me about old songs and I was singing, I think I was singing a Billy Ocean song to them and I was like, hey, hey. It was Get Into My Car by Billy Ocean. Mhm. Yeah, no. Sorry. No. Yes, get out of my dreams, get into my car. That's what it is. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Delta's trying to get out. You know what, though? I think that's kind of the difference between what Nico is saying and, you know, the whole Bridezilla kind of thing. Because, you know, how many girls, you know, these big weddings you hear about, you know, where all the money's being spent and everything, how many of them say it's to celebrate? How many of them say it's about, you know, the whole thing? More, it's almost always about their dream since they were little and what they imagined it looking like. It's almost never really about celebrating it with their spouse. It's almost always about the look, the thing about it, the theme. You know, it's all about what they imagined it would be. And no matter what, it has to be that way. And so it's like, you know, I think that's kind of the difference. Yes. Exactly. It's still sentimental. It's still about the person. That's what Nico's more describing is. It's more about the person and celebrating it with them. Where are you lost? I think they're saying both ways. I think they're saying either way. I think they're saying if it has to be a wedding or if it was a wedding, that's how they'd want to do it. But if it could be a choice, I think they're saying they'd prefer, personally. I think that's what he was saying. Maybe he really does like red or blue. Maybe he does like red and blue. I think you're picking it apart a little bit much, Classy. No. I understand where you're a little bit lost, but gotta try and pick through what's being said. Remember, there are translation issues. I mean, it does say if you pay for the trip. It does say if you pay for the trip. I can understand where that. Oh my gosh. Don't forget, Classy, because I'm definitely gonna forget. Well, I don't know if I could do all that. But that does sound interesting. Like, if y'all are both, like, travel people, you know, it does sound like fun. They should be before. Like, I feel like it's kind of unfair to just randomly throw it on someone if they're not really prepared for it. Yeah, again, you have to... Oh my gosh. This is my problem with people. I think, in my opinion, it does not matter to me that much if I know what it's gonna look like. Or, like, if I am like, I want something like this, and I'm this size, and you still surprise me, or, like, the other person, you know, then it should be fine, right? Like, if you're still gonna have the surprise, and... Oh my goodness, Green. Oh my gosh. But also, that's kind of the thing. People are like, you're supposed to know that person well enough to know exactly what they'll want. Not necessarily. Because even though you can know that person really well and you love them, it does not mean you're going to know exactly what they want, always. Yes, exactly. And that's not fair. That's not fair to just put that on someone. Well, actually, no. I did ask my mom this one time, actually, exactly about this. And she's like, well, they could go to someone you trust with your preferences, like your sister or your best friend, you know? You know, but usually if it is someone like your sibling or something, it's, you know, they might know you a little bit better. But honestly, I'm just like, why don't you just ask their preference and then still make it a surprise? You know? Because then you get exactly what you want, and you make them really happy too, and you still have the surprise altogether. Mm-hmm. Exactly. If they're going to be looking at it the whole night and they're like, I wish I had gotten something different, and they're not going to tell you that either, because they'll feel bad, you know, that's just not fair. It's not nice. It's so distracting. It's so distracting for no reason. Yeah, and then it just distracts from all of the more important stuff. You know, even if you, like, let's say, for example, you pulled up pictures and you're like, what do you want? Pick whatever you want. I'm going to order it, and it's going to be whenever, and it's going to be a surprise whenever it happens, but I still want you to pick what you like, so that way I just have it, so that way I get exactly what you want. You know, if someone's really bothered by that, I think that would really bother me. If they're like, oh my god, you should know. Like, that's just, ugh, makes me so mad. Makes me so mad. Yes, I know, I know. Or even at the same time, there are some people who will not talk about it or even talk about their preferences ahead of time. So that way they're like, I didn't want to give it away what I wanted. But then you still expect them to know, and you're like, oh my gosh, like, how is that fair? Like, how would you feel if they did the same thing to you? You would hate it, and then you're doing the same thing to them, and you're angry with them. it's it's complicated, and that's why, again, it's important the person you pick. You know, if they're great otherwise and they compromise in a lot of other ways, if that's the one thing that they're really about that messes them up, then it's like, okay. I know what you mean. The drawer. Well, and I think that's really something also you would communicate in the beginning of getting to know someone. You'd be like, okay, if we have a future, I want you to be very direct with me about what you want. I want you to be very direct about this and that. Even if you were like, what if we were getting married? How would you want to shop for the ring? You know, even just getting a question like that out there might also be very descriptive into what they're like or what they're going to be like about things. If they're like, you should just know at that point, then it's not really, you know, you'll see a lot of where their thinking is or their feelings about things. So hopefully you don't meet somebody who's, you know, like that. Yeah. I mean, it's not like you should completely write them off. If you can talk it out and fix it, and be like, I'm sorry, I don't work that way, I need clear communication, and y'all resolve it, then that's great, but like, that's the thing, everyone says red flags, and, you know, I understand, but maybe that person genuinely doesn't know that they're like that, or what they're thinking is unreasonable. Well, that's the thing, some people really don't understand that they're like that, and just the same way as you would want them to give you a second chance, you should also be willing to give the same second chance. Because we all can make bad first impressions, and we all can say things that are not absolutely what the other person is looking for in someone, but maybe we want to become that. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've messed up my first impressions and said things totally wrong, and they gave me multiple chances and were like, oh, you're different than what you seemed like. So, just because they gave me those extra chances, they were able to see a different side of me. The real, more, better side of me. Mm-hmm. Oh. Oh my gosh. My goodness. Mm-hmm. Yep. Exactly. Well, that's the thing is, you know, everyone says red flags, but it's like, it's different for everyone what a red flag is. You know, what one person finds really weird and strange might just be, you know. It is silly. You know, that's the thing. You want to say something is extreme. You know, like what we were talking about earlier, boundaries and certain things one person might be bothered by versus another. It's very easy to put the title extreme on something, but once you start really delving into each individual person and their issues and their pasts and the issue they're really trying to resolve, it just, you can't just say extreme, you can't just say red flag to anybody. It has to be person to person. Yeah. Exactly. Mm-hmm. And that's the thing, I feel like that's why a lot of people can't succeed is because they're so busy hearing from their friends and from other people that's a red flag or that's really bad. And yes, things can be really bad, like if it's a dangerous situation or something suspicious is going on, being like, okay, as your friend, I don't think that's good. But almost nobody ever encourages. I think you need to ask them about that. I think you need to communicate with them about that and ask why. Most people are like, that's a red flag. You need to drop that person. You need to get rid of them. You deserve better. And instead of trying to resolve it or understand it, it's if they don't automatically meet the standard you want, they're not good enough. No, I know what you mean. You're right. Yes, there is a time where your friends can come in and be the reality that you need, the reality check you need. But, that was a very clear situation, though. That's physical. Like, if you understand what I mean, when it's emotional, in-depth, emotional, mental things, it's a little bit different than the physical boasting and, like, physical showing for it. You know what I mean? And there are signs you can see to add up to the other. But, what if it wasn't really about Well, I was thinking about what we were talking about the photographer. And, I did agree with what you said, but I also imagined if we were in his place. And, I saw what you were doing with the picture of Grace Kelly the other day. And I know you would never look at Grace Kelly like creepy or anything like that. I know that you see her and you were inspired by her and you were, drawing her because clearly there was something about her that captured an essence you wanted to capture in your own work. And I know I've done the same thing when I've gone up to random strangers and been like, I love your look, I want to draw it. And I think that's what I was trying to explain was it that person was being creepy and suspicious, or was it that they were also inspired by something and trying to capture it in the moment? And just, it came off really weird because they didn't communicate it verbally. And I think that's the words I was trying to find when you were asking me about it to explain how I might have felt. And my sister said it to me later, and I was like, so, it's not to dismiss what you said. Yeah, I'm not dismissing the possibility because it's absolutely true. People are crazy. People are weird. It happens every day. But it's also very possible the other. But yes, they are green. Well, I feel like just because I'm a girl and I'm petite, and I usually come off very soft and clean, usually I feel like a lot less people are intimidated or worried about me just because of those aspects they see about me. And, in your situation, you don't go out very often. You don't necessarily... Yes. And that's the thing. You're not a petite little girl. You're some guy, and guys are automatically biased on that, biased on the creep factor just because. And even then, you could be a nice looking, clean guy and still be treated like a creep. I don't know how to feel about that. How so? Yeah. Yeah. My eyes. My eyeballs. That's a pretty decent summary. Oh my gosh, don't even start with me. Uh, my gosh. Ugh. Uh-huh. Aww. That's terrible. I do think that was one thing I really regretted. I told you about that time I went to that, analysis thing. Yeah, I know. I know. But I wasn't honest about a lot of stuff. I was not honest about a lot of things I was going through. And I wish I had been, because maybe then I would have been concerning enough. But I thought she was going to be freaked out by me, so I didn't want to freak her out, so I just lied. And I really regret that. Because maybe it would have changed some things. Well, she was already looking at me like, this isn't good. And I was like, is she gonna, I don't know how to say it, but, give me a bad grade if I say something else? Well, and I was kind of worried, because I was like, what if I get put into a mental institution for the things I'm gonna say? I don't know how crazy I am. I don't know what's wrong with me, if it's too crazy and I just think I'm normal and they're gonna put me somewhere and lock me up forever. And also, that was before anyone I knew had been in a mental hospital, so I had no idea what to expect. I think that's the thing I hate to say it, but when my friend told me, I was honestly relieved when they told me what it was like, because I was so afraid that it was gonna be horrible. And the way she described it was probably very traumatic and horrible for her, but I was just like, that sounds nice to me. And I understand there is scary stuff, and it's not something to be playful or light about or take lightly. But just understanding it and knowing what to expect already made me feel a lot better. Mm-hmm. Oh, gotcha. Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh. I'm not gonna draw a cockroach. I'm sorry, but no. I'm not drawing a cockroach. I couldn't even look at it. I couldn't even touch it. I couldn't even try and move my finger to it. It would be weird. It would freak me out. Thank you for sharing. But I'm afraid it's gonna have to be a no. I am gonna have to get off in 9 minutes, but yes. I feel like people are gonna do something with cockroaches just because. If I do that, I feel like it'll be more baiting than. It's all insects. Except for butterflies, roly-polies, Venezuelan poodle moths. Did I say ladybugs? I do have a lot of roly-polies here. I don't necessarily like touching them anymore, but I used to be fine with them when I was little. Well, I think I'm going to say thank you to that. Thank you, Nico. You too. Yeah, that was fun. I think they were, but maybe they weren't. Yes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I like pretty things, okay? Maybe it's like lookist. I know that's obviously not the word, but like. I know that's not the word, but you know what I mean? Aww. Yeah. Ugh. That's a really terrible way to describe it. Because it's true. It's true. Ooh. Oof. I understand. No. Have you? No, we're not doing a word of the day. No. We can do one tomorrow, though. Mm-hmm. Well, because I'm gonna have to pick a more complicated one. Okay, we can do twice tomorrow. We can do that. That'll be good. I know what you mean, Nico. Don't worry about it. My gosh. Mm-hmm. Okay. I don't know why I was about to say sunflower. I was like, I don't think that's 9 letters. Unless it is. Hmm. Sassafras? What's LUI mean? Ah. Okay, got it. Sassafras? I think so. Actually, mine does. No, it's just kind of falling asleep. And I need to pee. But I'm gonna wait. Excuse me. Yes. I needed to go before I got on, but I know. I know. We don't know that. Oh my gosh. I don't know if I ever told you. When I was getting my gallbladder checked out at the ER, they did a thing. The thing they do for babies. What's it called? What's the scan called? Oh my gosh, I can't remember it for the life of me. Ultrasound. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Green. I know the babies. Okay, so they were doing the ultrasound on my stomach to see the gallbladder and stuff. And so I remember my mom was right there. And she was like pushing my sister out of the way so she could see in case there was anything. And I just remember that. I just remember her face of genuine concern, wondering if something was there. I just remember that. I know it was random, but. I guess so. I guess so. I think I was having problems with my period, so I think that was partially why. But. I remember my sister, she was all like, "What do you think? She's pregnant or something?" And I remember my mom just looked at her and she was like, no answer at all, just the glare. Who knows? Who knows? She's a suspicious lady. But it's alright. It was kind of funny. You go ahead. You go ahead. But also, I think it's both. I think deep down she'll always have suspicions, but I think at that moment she was like, oh, this is the time I can find out if it's true or not. Yeah, yeah, me too. Me too, me too. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I was supposed to get off 2 minutes ago. You distracted me. Letting me talk. Ugh. I have to get off. But I know. Yes, it was. Oh my gosh. Okay. Have a good night, all of you, okay? Good night. I'm on it. But I will see y'all tomorrow. Oh my god. Good night. Thank you all for being on here. It was fun. It was fun to talk to all of y'all. Have a good night and day and rest well and do great things. Yes, good times though. Good night. Bye-bye. Yeah, I'll work on it.